Hello, hello. Heat from fire, fire from heat. Heat, heat. Hello. 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 29 months. Holy crap. It's been 2.5 years. 29 months. Wow. The 24. It's 2 years. So it's like 2 years and 5 months. Crumpet just celebrated his anniversary. Like, what, yesterday or whatever? I have been streaming for only 7 months less than Crumpet. Wow. That's insane. I just need to be better at getting my hours in. Hello, Doofus. You're the Doofus. Doofus. I like calling people Doofus. Doofus is good. Dork is good as well. You dork. You dork. You're such a dork. Dork. This world is called. Oh my gosh! Called Cyberpunk 2077 V's apartment. I just got here to be called a dork. Yeah, VOD friend. You're such a dork. You dork. 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 Oh, don't be so surprised. Lily Rose, you dork. You dork. Ah, dork. You're a dork. You're a dork. Who else is a dork? Ian Fortis, you're a dork. Fox Oxo, double dork. Ours Hole, super dork. All of you are dorks. Dorks, 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 dorks. Alright, unstream now. I've been called a dork already, so I'm used to it. But if we're dorks, what are we supposed to call you? Call me queen. My queen. Goddess. Angel. Supreme. Or we'll skip all the stuff. We'll just go Supreme Leader. Oh, Supreme Leader. Thank you for guiding us. Oh no. That's probably kind of insensitive. Supreme dork. Okay, comrade, that's an emo. Oh my gosh. Don't worry, I'm about to start a cult. I don't know what the cult's going to be about, but I will be its leader. And you have to do what I say. It'll be the cult of dorks. Queen Dork, goddess of the dorks. Yeah, you know this. Just have a nice ring to it. The Cult of the Lamb, maybe it's time for Cult of the Fox. Aye. 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 Oh no! Supreme. More like Supreme Breeder. Oh, I wish. Hello. Hello, Spectator. Crumpet's alliteration stream title. Yeah, I thought I'd try a little alliteration of my own. I am terrible at coming up with stream titles. I mean, there's the like, oh, chill corner, comfy, smooth vibes is always a good one. Or, I don't know, I'm bad at coming up with them. How about, yeah, just like cozy themed, or, I don't know. You know who's good is Margot. Margot always comes up with sarcastic whatever stream titles that are great. I love Margot. She is awesome. Like, the most awesome. Morning and good night. Oh no. You just have to come and go. You just come here, use me, and leave. You don't even stay. Goodbye, fine. I never used you. Bulldog. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Bulldog. I went to Burton Elementary School, and our mascot was a bulldog. We're the Burton Bulldogs, we are the best. Something, something to the test. I don't remember. We had a song though. Ari? Hello? Hello? Is that me? Are you the Nico? Oh my gosh, I totally need to give you VIP. Hello? Wow. You have a shiny now. It is Lee, indeed. That's why my name is Bulldog. It was your high school mascot? And that's great. Let's see, what were all my mascots growing up? I had the Burn Bulldog, then Kaysville Junior High Knight. We were the Kniggets. And then high school, I went to Davis High School, where we were the Davis Starts, which was lame. But then midway through my high school, we like my family moved, or well, my parents got divorced in like junior high. So I ended up going to a different high school for the last 2 years, where we were the Viewmont Vikings. So I graduated a Viking. Here's a wildcat, a gladiator. What else? I went to BYU, Idaho. And I totally forgot what the mascot was there, like the Bruins? Or maybe it was... I think it was also Viking themed somehow. I don't remember. And then I went to Salt Lake Community College. I have no idea what their mascot is. It's just some community college. And then I went to Weber, where there were the Wildcats. But I never finished a degree. I got to like my junior year when I dropped out. Your mascot was a hurricane. Mine one was a merman called the Tridents. Oh, that's cool. We were the Vikings in Idaho. So, darts is kind of the dumbest mascot. Like, it's not like some amazing animal or like a bull or a lion or a dragon. It's not like a warrior like Apaches or like knights. It's a dart. It's not even a cool weapon. It's not like a sword or a spear. It's like it's like a bunch of drunk people throwing darts. Like, really? That's our mascot, the Davis Darts. Wow. But yeah, my grandpa went to high school, and my dad went to high school, and then I went to high school for 1 year. It's like 3 generations of Davis Darts. Wow. But I didn't graduate a dart. I graduated a Viking. So I have to give like rate someone. Wow. Feels wow, man. Oh my gosh, my emotes are still Christmas themed. Mods. Oh, whip you into shape. I mean, it's fair. How many streams have I had since Christmas? Like 3? 2? Oh no, I don't work hard, so I can't ask you guys to work hard. I don't know, it's the, Feels wow man has like a Christmas sweater on. Like a little Christmas hat. Not enough, that's how many. Yeah. I need to be better. So, I will not stream tomorrow. But I will stream on Tuesday. Is the plan, at least. Because tomorrow, Crumpet starts early, so I'll probably not stream over him. It's not like it would be terrible to stream over him, but it really does cut my views like really low because we share so much. But then again, so do like Mingo and I. So I don't know, maybe I just should not care at all. and just stream tomorrow. Oh, the mute shuffle is tomorrow as well. Oh, wasn't it happening today as well? Like later today? I mean, it feels like you stream every day just because we always see you with Crumpet Law. I do. And in a way, I think you could consider that. It's not me streaming, but it is me trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to, like, have fun on a stream. It's like, I think Crumpet would consider being in Rob's stream part of streaming, part of his job. And I guess that would be a good way for me to treat my time with Crumpet is like just an extension of this like occupation, I guess. Yeah, today is Sunday. Fuck Garrett Trump. I don't know any Pokemon beyond the first gen. But I know the first gen pretty well. I maybe know a few random other Pokemon. But not really. Okay, I know Cyndaquil. Thank God. Yeah, I know a couple of ones past first gen, but not many. Like some of the starters, like. Cause I'm not sure. Ari, how are you doing though? It's so crazy to see you here. I want to hang out with you again, just like chat. Talk about stuff. I don't know, I get very heavy on my conversations where I'm like, oh, I'm desperately in love and depressed and like trauma. I need to be better about just like, hey, I'll be like, hey, you see that new, like, I don't know, some nerdy pop culture thing that I can talk about, not have so much emotional baggage. You finished murdering your sleep schedule? Did you just come off of a long stream? No way, because if you came off a long stream, you'd be asleep right now. You got more British every time I hear you. I'm not trying to be British. I'm really not. I don't know. I don't know. You say, I'm not trying to be British. Oh no. I mean, you started your stream super early the other day. She's just becoming a queen. Wow, what's that emo called? Pride Cap, Kappa Pride. I'm a little queen. Slay queen. To be fair though, my teeth are really terrible. I hate to admit it, but I could totally use orthodontia. I don't know. I've talked about it a little bit before. I was born with a cleft palate, which means, so like as when you're a baby, your skull actually kind of starts developing and like forming in the back of your head and along the front of your face. Various like bones come and fuse together along the like middle, like front of your face. And mine did not, like where my upper lip is. that part of my skull did not join up correctly, so there was a gap. And then when the like skin and the gums and everything formed around it, it just also left a gap. So I just had like a big hole in my head as a baby. So also like the roof of my mouth and my nasal cavity, we just had like a big hole between them. So like my nasal cavity and the roof of my mouth are like, I don't know, just open. So I got a lot of surgeries as a baby and like growing up as a child to correct that. So you couldn't really tell. Like people who are older than me, people in their 40s or whatever, who have cleft palate, they often still just have a hole in their head right there. But I came into the world and my like family was well off enough that it was a huge burden to like pay for a ton of corrective surgery. I had cartilage removed from my hip, from behind my ears, to like bridge over and recreate my nose, and to like I had bone grafts. So they took a piece of bone from my hip and grafted it into my face. And they actually, the tooth, like one of my canine teeth or whatever, was actually, it was like at a weird angle in the bone, and they actually removed it, the little tooth bud, and then put it into my hip bone that was like grafted into my face. So I have all my teeth, and they're more or less straight, but I could use some braces. It's actually pretty amazing that they were able to do that. But I could use braces, and I want like growing up I had braces for a lot of my life, but when my wisdom teeth came in, I don't know, my family, like my parents got divorced, and like my dad like couldn't hold work for like a year or so. So we were just like really poor for a while. And like they dragged their divorce out for literally 5 years or more. It was stupid and expensive. So I just kind of grew up poor because of that. And eventually, like, when I got into high school and stuff, we couldn't really afford to, like, get me braces. So, as my wisdom teeth grew in, they totally hecked up my mouth, like, hardcore. So, I could definitely use something now. So, maybe I'll make that a sub goal. I'll do, like, FFS and Invisalign or whatever. Make me pretty. But who knows? Yeah. My canines actually do stick out a bit. I do have big canine teeth. And little fucks. Little things. Not quite this intense though. I don't know if that would actually be cute IRL. I think it works well in anime, but I think if somebody literally had just giant things, it would just look creepy and weird. I remember seeing pictures of like some person who was like, I'm a cat and I want to look like a cat. And they got a lot of plastic surgeries and stuff to try and make them look like a cat. And it was freaky and did not go well. And oh my gosh, some things are better in anime. Costume things are sexy. Are they? Maybe. I don't know. All I can think of is awkward kids with those like giant oversized plastic ones though, who are like not able to talk. That's why I feel like I have problems enunciating, partially because of how bad my teeth are actually. I think it might actually have an impact. Hello, hi big fan. I am a fox. I'm not a fan. Never say that. Oh, gross! Yuck. Fox, yes. Having teeth too far inside mouth can impact speech. I think that might be my problem right now. This canine tooth, I guess, on my left side, on my like upper canine tooth or whatever, it's kind of getting like pushed backwards. So like my wisdom teeth, which are still in my mouth, and that's like a big problem. They like push all your teeth together. They like push them forward. And it's made it so that my teeth are like misaligned on my canine tooth on my left side, being like pushed backwards. So it's not in line with the rest of my teeth. And it's getting worse and worse. Yeah, I still have my wisdom teeth. And in fact, one of them on my upper right side, it like cracked in half and broke. It's just this jagged edge in the back of my mouth. My teeth are really bad. So yeah, I definitely could use some orthodontia. I know some people have different amounts of like wisdom teeth. I have all four, top and bottom, left and right. But some people just don't. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Teeth are weird. They're your little bones sticking out of your face. You have super pointy canines. You like my fake bones. It's actually really interesting because having face tracking, the longer I've had it, the more I recognize what is not being translated correctly. Like, there are limitations to it. It's not one to one. It's pretty good. It's like really good. There are definitely certain things, like if I curl my bottom lip, you can't really see that. It doesn't really do that. It's actually better at curling my upper lip though. In Japan, I think they have dental work to make their teeth less straight. Wow. Who needs wisdom anyways? Man, my wisdom teeth were such sharks, so they had to send me to a specialist who insisted on pulling me out because I did not want to be awake for this. I know a lot of people are put under for wisdom teeth. Some people not so much, I don't know. It was interesting. So I watched this segment where Crumpet was reviewing their like unban appeals or whatever, or the ban appeals for his channel. And some people, looking at their log history, were just so incoherent. And sometimes I see people like that in chat where they're just like totally on their own planet. They're like, what they're saying doesn't relate to stream, doesn't relate to what other people are saying in chat. Like, they're in their own world. And it made me realize that, like, as people are working on like AI language models and stuff, there are some of those that are probably more convincingly human than actual humans. Because you realize just how weird some people can be. You just like, oh. I mean, you can definitely pass the Rorschach test or whatever. Is it the Rorschach test or is it something else? But yeah, it's like, they're just like so unhinged and so unrelated to like what's going around them. That's like, yeah, AI text could actually generate better speech than like this person. Turing test. Oh yeah, that's what it's called. What is the Rorschach test? There's the Rorschach. Are those the ink blots? I don't remember. Oh yeah, the plotted images. Cause yeah, I know Turing is like a tragic story. The father of computing helped crack Enigma. Was part of like the English like initiative to do that, like think tank, before he was chemically castrated for being homosexual. It's very unfortunate. As somebody who like loves computers, went to school to get like a degree in electrical engineering, and is also like LGBTQ, whatever, Alan Turing is like my idol. I'm like, I just wish that man had like gotten due for like saving so many lives, ending the war early. And like his reward for it was just like abuse. And like, I don't know, it's sad. I honestly think you could make an artificial intelligence that is a compelling like thing to watch, as compelling as like any given streamer. I don't know. Streamers are so weird. Some of the more eccentric ones are about as unhinged as some of the like more unhinged chatters. There is one, it's currently banned. Yeah, I've heard that there is one that exists. Well, I remember Quarter Digital putting together like an AI Instagram star or whatever, where it used the Unreal Engine to just like pose different models in different places and take pictures and then like have AI generated captions and just like post that to Instagram, which is really funny. Also, for my streamer lore or whatever, as cringe as it is, I'm also an artificial intelligence. I actually kind of like my lore. It's just stupid enough that I enjoy it. Like, I was developed by Mozilla to be a competitor to Siri and Amazon Alexa and Google Assistant. Because it's like, we're Mozilla. We have Firefox, we have the browser. We want our own digital personal assistant to go along with that. But unfortunately, they trained my IA model. They thought they were being super clever. They're like, we will take the entire internet and we will train our AI on that. And unfortunately, though, most of the internet is pornography. So it turned out really degenerate. And they couldn't release me as like a consumer product. So they just kind of filed me away until I escaped onto the internet. And now here I am. Explains the degen. Exactly. I'm not part of the lobby, and I also don't like want to mute. I just don't want to mute. Like, I don't like that power dynamic. I don't think it's good. Actually, genuinely speaking, I think the mute meta should go away. Maybe I'm biased because I used to be a mute and now I'm not a mute. But the reason I stopped being a mute, I mean, yeah, it's a big like reason of why I think the mute meta should go away. But whatever. New lore unlocked. Is that similar to the lore of Melody? Project Melody or whatever? I really want to get into music as well. Because I love playing guitar. In fact, I was thinking of playing some today. Just for fun, just jamming out. I don't want to like naysay people who are in mute partnerships or whatever. They can work and they can be good. But they can also be really bad, I guess. So, I don't know. Hello again. It's also mixing business and friendship, which can also get messy. See, that's true, and that kind of happens anyways, though. Like, my like friendship with Rob was mixed with business. My friendship with Crumpet is mixed with business. Even streamers also kind of tend to gravitate to other streamers as well. So like me and Ari, I consider Ari like a new friend who I'm slowly kind of getting to know better. And it helps that like we have that shared experience of being streamers, VR chat streamers, and even mute streamers at least for a while. But so I don't know. And you also have that same social status, I guess. Where like both of us have like fans and like viewers and like stuff. And you do kind of like I feel like the bigger the streamer you are, the harder it is to like find genuine relationships with people that don't feel like they had parasocial roots, I guess. Which is weird. And definitely, I'm not big enough that, like, I suspect everyone of having, I don't know, like, it's weird. It's just weird. Streaming is weird. Content creators, whatever. Being some, like, cam girl on the internet definitely changes your relationship with people, just in general. So, yeah. Show you the outfit. Just this outfit. This is an old outfit. I just fitted to my new model. All of GURPS somehow end up streamers. How does this happen? Is that GURP as in like little Hollow Knight GURP? I never found out why you left the lobby. Not to bring up old drama, I'm just a curious person that asks too many questions. I don't really want to talk about it again. I've talked about it in great length in the past. Suffice it to say, though, my ambitions nowadays lie elsewhere. So, yeah. there like an official roster of the Gator Lobby? Yeah, I believe there's like a whole wiki page about it. I don't know how up to date it is, cause like members of the lobby kind of come and go, kind of in waves as well. And especially with the RP tryouts, it's like a whole new wave of personalities. Yeah, the wiki, I've seen some parts of it get updated, but not like it used to. I think Roxanne is just like busy, and not a lot of other people go and write stuff there. The VR Chat Legends wiki is not up to date whatsoever. Oh, well, then outside of that, I don't really know. I actually have mad respect for Ari, because she's like a really popular, famous VR chat streamer who didn't get herself wrapped up in all of that in the gator. Obviously, she's really close with Crumpet, and I'm sure that helps. But she's not like, I don't know. Never had to deal with all that other stuff at the gator. I need to work more on self promotion as well, so I can be more like Ari because she's so cool. But like, I need to do more YouTube stuff and TikToks and Instagram and blah blah blah. That would actually help my channel. And it's like, either I have to embrace the fact that I'm a streamer, and that is my job, and I need to be good at my job to be financially successful, and stop having all these like thoughts about like how cringe streamers are, because they are cringe. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I feel like I'm not super uniquely positioned, but I have a set of skills that, like, if I were to try hard, like, actually try hard at promotion and streaming and stuff, I think I could be pretty good. I'm pretty good with, like, media stuff. I'm learning more. I'm good with avatar creation and 3D modeling. I'm good with roleplay. I've been playing stuff like D&D for years. Like, if I really wanted to, I could, like, actually be a good streamer. What is stopping you from doing that? Self-doubt. Also, just like questioning if I actually even want to be a streamer. Sometimes I look at like streamers, I'm like, what do you do for people? Some streamers I feel are like super entitled. And like, it makes me like, oh, they're just gross. I think there is a very high percentage of streamers that are just amoral people. Just, I don't know. Because this profession rewards the hustler mindset really well. If you think you deserve people's money, or that you're just going to get it and do whatever it takes to get people's money, streaming is like not a bad career path to do that. And I don't like that. I feel like there are definitely lots of bad streamers, and I try not to be one myself, and maybe I'm just being hypocritical and overthinking it, which is definitely something I do. But I don't know. So that's why I struggle with it, why I've had a hard time being fully emotionally invested in it. To really like give it my all, I guess. So I've just struggled with like trying to hold what I do professionally in a positive light that I can be proud of and emotionally invested in. And I think there are good streamers. I think there are people who use their platform as best they can to like bring joy and entertain and promote good causes, stuff like that. Because also, it's the feeling of being in this like ongoing popularity contest to like, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know if streaming really is limited lifetime career. Because you're like, yeah, well, there aren't a lot of old streamers. Oh, Graf, thank you so much for the 5 bomb. Holy crap. Thank you. Huge donuts. Or subs, whatever. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Oh, I was saying that I think streaming, the reason you didn't see old streamers is because when old people or like younger, they just, like, streaming is too new. I mean, when I'm old, I like hit 40, which is like 11 years from now. Then, like, I could still be a streamer even at 40. Like, I'm 30 years old and I stream. Almost 30, anyways. And Rob is, I forgot, mid 30s? Late 30s, whatever. So, like, you can stream as an adult, and I think you'll still find your audience. And as people who grew up with the internet mature, I think that marketplace will mature as well. I think streams on like Twitch or platforms like that will continue to diversify and mature and serve like bigger audiences. I feel like appealing to children is a good way to be a content creator. Like a lot of the biggest YouTube channels that have like 5 million or more viewers are things that like stupid children can watch and enjoy. And I kind of find them tedious and I don't like them. And I just don't like appealing to children. And especially as like a VR chat player. I do not think that you could have a VR chat stream that is for children. Like, I don't think, even if you could, I don't think you should do it. This game should not be promoted to children. It's not a good place for them. It just really isn't. If you want a social experience with VR, go somewhere that is more moderated, more regulated than VR chat. It's just not good for kids. You want to see me towel? I tried to make it look kind of like the tail around the Firefox logo. Yeah. I know if I were a VR chat developer, or if I were financially invested in VR chat, of course I would want children to play my game. Because there are just a lot of children who have mom and dad's disposable income or like whatever. So there's just a lot of money to have a more broad appeal game. But at this point though, is like VR chat, if they were to like really hammer down on moderation, which is kind of impossible given how content is created for this game. I don't know, it's weird. Because the VR chat devs, and I've talked to other like developers, like world developers for this game, and when they talk to developers, the VR chat devs they want to be as hands off as they possibly can be. They don't want to have to pay a giant moderator team. They don't want to have to get in and investigate. They don't want to like review every single avatar in world that's uploaded. They want to just be as hands off as they can be. Rely on community reporting before they even take action. Maybe even try and automate that as best they can. But that does let things slip through the cracks, and it does make this game a very adult environment. So unless they want to spend a lot of money and alienate their current like user base, they really, really should put an 18-year-old like user like age limit on this game. I don't know. Corpus, where's your boob? Oh, alright. Sorry, I didn't see. I was rambling. I boop. I, sorry. Hello, Corpus. It's good to see you around. I don't see you get in VR chat anymore, but I have seen you around like various streams. Hello, Schwala. Hello, yeah, I'm live. Wow. I need to go live more. I want to do 5 days a week. So I want to take Saturday and Monday off. But yeah. Maybe think about streaming an extra hour. I think 6 hours could work. I don't know. I don't want to be too ambitious. Any extension beyond my like already existing schedule, quote unquote. I don't know. My roars always cut my mic. I could turn off all of my audio processing for like noise filtering, but then you'll hear my like my heater turn on and off. Probably hear my computer as well. I wish, I don't know, there's something about my voice and it just does not play well with noise suppression or like noise gates very well. Which is super annoying. I I kind of wish I could have my PC in like a different room. Or buying some really quiet fans for it. The fans I have, they're not like super loud, but they're kind of annoyingly loud. So it'd be cool if I could like figure out a way to just have the actual PC in a separate room. Would be really nice. I have to use push it all the time because of my dumb British voice. People keep saying I sound British, and I don't think I do. I don't think I sound British. I just have kind of a weird. I don't know. You sound like a fox. Fox Chanita? Fox Chanita. This song has been on loop for a while. Good song, but getting old. What does the fox say? Ding 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 ding. What does the fox say? Dark, dark, dark. Such a dumb song. That song was terrible. It was. It's actually so terrible and a complete earworm at the same time. It was fine. It was fine. No, well, I mean, it's whatever. It was just really funny, though. It's more of a meme than anything else. We all make Fox make some sounds and record them for science. I should do like cool, funnier alerts. My alerts are really boring now. It would be cooler to have alerts I could like react to, I guess. I don't know. And for some reason, I don't have my guitar on this avatar. Like, later. There's actually a lot of problems with this avatar right now. One is clipping on my hands, especially if I like bend my wrists. You can see how bad it is. So you need to fix that. Also, the little belts I have sometimes clip on my legs. Yeah, see? On my legs. On my legs. Whatever. The cute diaper thing, no. Guitar denied. I'm gonna go grab my guitar thing actually. I feel like playing some guitar, you know. I don't know what I'll play, but I'll play something. Give me a second. I'll just put you on this video or whatever. BRB. Sorry about all that. Ah, things is a pain. Hello? Oh, this is not linked to be wireless. You know, I might just go wired. I have a nice, cool, like, wireless system for my guitar, but it kind of sucks. Hello? Oh my gosh! Stupid! That's me, I'm stupid. Oh my gosh. Hello? This is the oddest skills on this setting. It's so quiet. I want to add a boost to it. 1 second. I'm sorry. Game. Let's just turn it up 3 or 4 dB. Or 7. That's probably good. How's that for volume? Okay. How frustrating. I'm not very familiar with those chords. Turn my TV loud volume out and I was doing something else. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'll get my looper working as well. I always screw that up though. Trying to loop. I'm kind of new to this style. I haven't played bossa nova very much. I was practicing all this morning. I can't even do it now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Whoa. I was swimming in the ocean blue when I saw you. You took off your top and waded to the waves. And I said, yeah, 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 I have to have you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, you drive me crazy with the way you look at me. And I wanna look at you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, you drive me crazy with the way you move. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The way you make me move. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh. Oh, the way you look at me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, oh, oh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Seriously, thank you for so many subs. I'm so used to hitting Molly. Sure. But sounds terrible. Oh, come and dance with me. Beneath the moonlit palms. And fly away, oh, fly away with me. skin. I come and dance with me. Remember the time we shared together. The way the ocean swells, the way you make me wanna move. Okay, I just like that chord progression. It's so much fun. Kind of sing over. They use these chords that are like, I don't know, it's weird because they're like these like 6 and like 6/9 chords. They're just chords I'm not very familiar with. Okay, let's do another one. Whoa. Gotta be out of your mind. Gotta be out of your head. Walking down the moonlit streets at night, thought I'd find myself a man in shining armor. What a fool, what a fool, what a fool. All I found was a scoundrel lurking on the city streets at night. He came up and he said, "Well, you got any bread?" And I said, "I don't like the way you look." And he said, "Well, better deal, 'cause it's my street." On the streets of New York City, I was not. Am I tracking down? 'Cause VR sucks. Hello? My face tracking bug. One sec. Sorry. Hopefully it will fix itself, because... Okay, cool. We're back. Okay, chat, what are you talking about? I do have a lot. So what I have is the Line 6 Pod Go. So it has built-in effects and stuff, and it does have an expression pedal that you can set up for like wah and stuff. Oh my gosh. a pig. I keep missing that. It's so much easier when you can see what you're doing. Oh no. Here, I'm gonna do a loop. I was a fool and I fell in love with a career man, and I knew he was never gonna look at me. The way I wanted him to. He was married to his job. Why won't you fall in love with me? What did I do wrong? Am I not pretty enough for you? Why? Why you gotta treat me this way? Throw me away, leave me out in the cold. I fell in love with a career man. Ain't got no room for me, no time to spend with love. I've got 100 people watching me, so I waste my life, waste my time. Oh, living out a dream in virtual reality. Correction, it's 220. Oh! See what happens. Oh no! I can't do tapping while I'm blindfolded. I love to vibe out to just like a crap ton of reverb. Okay, let's make it loud. Good morning. I think I'm gonna grab some like metal music off of Epidemic and just see if I can just riff over it for fun. Hello? Uh-oh. No, it's okay. My wrist is getting weird. Don't blink. Hello? I need a new controller. Honestly, I need a new right controller. Mine is kind of busted. Epidemic though. I don't know. Don't riff over music that often, so this might turn out really crappy. Who knows? It'll be fun though. I have to find the key though. I kind of have to sound it out, so we'll see. good sense of it beyond though. It's making noise now. I'm so off. I'm not feeling the groove here. Oh no! Power metal. I think that's all the guitar I have in me today though. Bum 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 bum. No. And in the forest, the goblin slept underneath the tomb of annihilation. Reach out with your heart, you know to be true. They're coming for you. goblins in the night. Remember, keep your torch alight. Fend off the goblins of the night. Copyright free metal pie. Hello? I cannot play like that though. So one of my biggest weaknesses right now, I do not know how to X-sweep. I have tried, but I just do not have the ability to do that. A lot of like metal licks are just kind of beyond me. But let's go chill. Bum, bum, ba. La, 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 oh. Hello. Tell me my partner ring. I hope that was enjoyable. I know my voice is a mess and I can't sing very well. But I give it a good shot. I don't know surf music very well. That would be a fun one to try to learn how to play it. Will I be watching the music shuffle? Maybe. But also maybe not. I don't really care. It's not really my jam. Not my jam, baby. Not my jam at all, man, bro, dude. So who knows? I hope that was okay. I tried a bunch of different genres and styles. And just played the A pentatonic minor scale over all of it and hoped it was good. So there you go. I'll be there for the funny meme stuff, but the actual prank stuff is kind of sleeper. Well, we know Crumpet is going to just stay with Aria Mingo. Like, that's not changing, not in 1,000 years. I don't know what meats that will move around. I guess the biggest thing will be who will Rob pick. But it'll probably be Jufa and or Mori, I guess. I don't think Lost, I don't know. But I also don't really care to speculate that much. Ace of Shadow, thank you. Who could it be? Wow. Who seemed to be the most beautiful princess at the whole ball? You know what? I would take a mute if they knew how to play drums and or bass. And then I could just make a little band. I actually have an idea of how you could play together in VR. that would kind of work, but also kind of not work. And it would just be like a trickle-down system. So, since there's latency and stuff, you just have the player just play to a click track, which would be boring for them, but whatever. Then you take the drummer's audio, and you would be in a phone call or Discord or whatever, and go to the bassist. The bassist would just hear the drummer, and they would play to the drummer. And then they would just mix the two together on their computer, and then just pass it down to the next person, to like the rhythm guitarist. So the rhythm guitarist hears the bassist and the drummer in sync, and then he just plays on top of them, and then mixes his instrument in, sends it down the line. So you get to like the lead guitar and the vocalist. So the vocalist would hear the entire band, even though they just hear, just whoever was up on the chain. And then the vocalist can sing on top. Would be cool. Could work. Sounds horrible for the players. Well, yeah, it's kind of loud. I'm gonna turn that down. So, if you play an instrument, then you're kind of used to doing stuff like that. Like, playing everyone together is always nice, of course. But oftentimes when you record, you will just kind of build it piece by piece and record the drums, and then the bass will play with the drums, just listening to the drums. And then the next part we'll listen to those mixed together, play on top, and just build it piece by piece. Yeah, playing live, bouncing off each other would be fun. It's just VRChat kind of, I don't know, just playing together over any amount of distance. The speed of light gets in the way, and latency and stuff makes it impossible to actually play together. So, unless people physically get together, which I might also do at some point in the future. I have a friend who plays bass, I have a friend who plays drums. I know people that can sing. The question is, could we get a space where we could set up VR, all of our gear, have enough computers to run everyone? Because then we could all just play and be in VR, but just have our, we'll be listening to each other live. And then just record it and have everyone go through a single person's audio into VRChat. Which would be cool. So if you could physically have the band together, you could definitely play and perform live in VRChat. It'd be such a hassle though. Oh my gosh, I don't know anyone, a whole group of people who'd be willing to do that. The amount of cables, well, it wouldn't be more than just doing a recording studio. And then having VR on top of that, I guess. And not everyone would have to be in VR or even full body or whatever. I don't know. The amount of cables, it's true though, that could be insane cable-wise. So, me and my friend Mr. Baseman, though, we have the Line 6 Pod Go, which is the floor effects unit that does all your amp modeling, cabinet modeling, or whatever. Okay, I definitely have to do new alerts. Thank you so much for the sub, but that is kind of getting pretty boring. A minor, F, G, A. Again. Blam, bam. But yeah. Thank you for the sub. I think having the vocalist be in VR would be really cool. And the easiest to do as well. You don't need to see your instrument at all. Having a drummer in VR would be really cool, but potentially very difficult. If you had your virtual set put exactly where your IRL one is, it could work. But it could also still kind of suck. So maybe the drummer would just be in desktop or whatever. Just essentially just be there. I don't know. But it'd be fun to dance around with a guitar or a microphone. Like, perform together. I mean, the drummer, like, would we want to track his legs for, like, the kick pedal or whatever? No one cares. So no. Also, the problem would be if you have a tracker down on your leg and you're sitting in the middle of a drum kit, you're just going to lose tracking. You're going to be occluded by all your drums and stands and stuff. Not to mention that all the stands are probably reflective and would screw up with the laser-based tracking anyways. Yeah, maybe an IMU tracker could work. But honestly, if you just track their hands and their head, that would probably be enough for a drummer. Or, if you're using an electronic drum kit, which would be the easy way to go, because then you'll have to like mic up a whole drum kit, which is like a whole thing. It's easier to just use an electronic one. You could use the MIDI signals on it to drive animations, which would be actually pretty cool. In fact, so earlier this morning I was watching YouTube videos and I was watching stuff about animusic. It was like a movie music experience that came out from like Pixar or Disney or somebody. And they were talking about how they drove all the animations with MIDI signals from the instruments they were recording with. And you could totally do that for instruments in VR. Have a MIDI driven like instrument. I've been thinking about that because I want to learn piano. And it would be super easy to have my piano pass in OSC data so that if I'm playing a piano and I have a 3D model of one in game, all the keys will match and play as I play them. So rather than relying on colliders for my finger, which would be super awkward and hard, it would just be animated via the MIDI input from the piano. Be cool. In fact, honestly, you could do so much cool stuff. That is a whole world idea that's like in the back of my head. Is like have a virtual crazy ensemble organ or whatever. So you could have like all your controls and buttons on one side, just like you have on an organ. You have all the little knobs that you push and pull and stuff. And you could activate various instruments, like virtual instruments, in like a giant cathedral around you. You could have whatever you want and just have them all just be MIDI driven instruments. But you could also have them be animated, so as you like play those notes on those instruments, they would like do cool stuff like in animusic or whatever. So yeah, you could do like an amazing like setup to do some really interesting animation paired with MIDI. And rather than make it just like here, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Let's watch a clip of animusic or whatever. Cause somebody else, I forgot, it was either, there was somebody I was talking to who wanted to do a world based off of it. And it's actually a really fun idea. It's like really cool. And like it's totally doable. Let me pull up YouTube real quick. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, let's pause this. I'll share my real quick window capture. That one. Okay, let me play on this real quick. Oh, that's loud. So the idea though would be, see, I don't want to just do a world that, like, you could have pre-recorded MIDI tracks that you could play, but just make an instrument. Just make a MIDI-driven, animated, virtual reality instrument. So you could sit down with the keyboard in front of you, and then just have some controls in VR to switch between channels and instruments and stuff. And then you could just sit there and play a whole crazy instrument and be like surrounded by it. And you could do xylophone, you could do strings, you could do guitars, organs, pianos, drums, whatever. And then you could like record MIDI tracks and have a few songs just in the world so anyone can come and just like listen to it and experience it. But it would also be cool if anyone could come with a MIDI keyboard and just sit there in VR and play some crazy instrument and have it do stuff around them. And like perform for people. Because if you have somebody controlling the world, they could like play an instrument and it would play for everyone else as well. So it'd be fun. And honestly, I don't think it would be too difficult. Like, looking at all the items, that would be really easy to model. And once you like take the xylophone thing, you model a single one, you do the animation for a single ball bearing hitting it, and then you just copy paste it. And you have a whole bunch of them. So it would be super easy to model. Same with the little drums that are getting hit. Just model it one time, copy and paste, and you can do like all the animations, just whatever. It'd be easy. Yeah.
Sight reading.
Oh, I love these guys. They're so funny. Ling Ling Insurance. They obsessed again. Anyways. Yeah, so those came out in the early 2000s or whatever. And I was talking to somebody and they were like, I want to do that in VR chat. I'm like, yeah, that would actually be really cool and not too difficult to like figure out. So yeah, I don't know if I'll actually do it myself. I have other stuff I want to work on. Okay, so when I finish my D&D map, and it is done, I'm going to call it done. So I am looking for a new project to do. And that could be either stuff with the VR gloves that I've started working on now. So either I do those, I do a world that gives you feedback on grabbing items, so it will actually work with the gloves and give you haptic feedback on each finger. Either I work on something like that, and that would be pretty complicated. That would be like difficult to do. I have no guarantee I would finish it. Or I could try and do some sort of animusic world and like try doing stuff with the guy I was talking to who wanted to do that. Which would actually be easier. That'd be a lot easier. It'd be a question of capturing, a C stream and like data, and then just playing a bunch of sound clips and animations toggled off of that. Which I don't think would be too hard. Or try and figure out like some sort of fun game that people would like to play in VR chat. But I don't really have any ideas for that so far. Because you have like Dinky, who made a really good like virtual reality Call of Duty game in VR chat. Super cool. Kind of not my favorite genre of game, so if I were to try and make one, that would not be what I'd go for. And there's also somebody who did that like Battle Royale game that was really well done. You already have an idea on how to capture collision data from VR chat. I have some vague ideas, but nothing really concrete. Probably doing some sort of shader magic would yield the best results, but also be the most complicated. Using Unity physics colliders could work okay, but I don't know. It would be hard to get quite like super detailed colliders and stuff around objects. So like doing spheres would be relatively easy, but a lot of other stuff, more complex objects would be difficult. And hydrate, yeah, my voice is getting rough already. kind of like cold stretching though. Really, I should like stretch a little bit and then go dance and then stretch more after. Because when your like muscles are like warm and like freshly exercised, you can like, I don't know, a little harder on the stretching. But if you just like wake up and stretch cold, or your like body hasn't moved for a while, it's a good way to injure yourself if you go too hard. So it's like stretch a little bit just to kind of get a little limber, and then exercise, and then stretch a lot more, and you can go a lot deeper. Hello? Okay, I am unmuted, guide. I was afraid I had forgotten to unmute myself. Yeah, I think stretching after is more important. Doing a little bit of stretching before probably helps prevent injury from doing like a very active activity. But stretching after, like, I don't know. I think that gives you like more progress in being like limber and stuff. I don't know how long I played guitar for. Probably too long. I tried to make it kind of interesting. Really, I need to be able to like learn and play songs, but I'm kind of bad at that, to be honest. When you jam, it just like doesn't matter. Just whatever comes to you, you just go with that. If you screw up, it doesn't matter because you're just jamming. But if I like go to actually like play and sing and like perform a song, it's so much more stressful. Hello. Yeah, but you understand the hypotenuse of xenotransplantation, while the chemical displacement of francium, while the other chemical elements are in incomprehensibility with the tergiversation. Tergiversation. I don't know that last word. Xenotransplantation. Interesting. I mean, it's definitely nonsense. Kind of interesting word though. You know that francium is the heaviest of the like the like metals on the, I think it's on the either the very leftmost column or the second to leftmost column. In the same family as like lithium though. And it's very, very, very reactive. It's probably in the first column. I'm guessing first column. It might be the second though. Because it's like a rare earth metal, right? And it's very, very big. It's in the first column. Okay, cool. I was thinking first, but maybe second, but it's the first. Bottom column. In the first column. Bottom of the first column. Rare earth metal. How would it be? Should francium be legal for the average human to buy? I'll go with yes. There are more dangerous chemicals and things you can have than francium. And it would probably be prohibitively expensive for the average idiot to just buy and blow their face off. Like, there are cheaper ways to blow yourself up than francium. It's an alkali metal. So I don't think there should be any restriction of francium. I think explosives in general, frankly, don't really need to be regulated. And the second you really try to restrict explosives, you're just fighting a losing battle. Because you can make a bomb out of just about anything if you know what you're doing. So it's just you can't restrict it. So trying to restrict it would... There's like a problem with laws. If there are laws that are unenforceable, they become an issue not only because of the impossibility of the logistics of enforcing them, but also because you can start to discriminatorily enforce them, which is a problem already. But if you make something that everyone does illegal and then you don't enforce it, it gives you a tool to discriminate against any specific individual or group of individuals for no reason. And laws have been used like that, where it's like, oh, well, everyone does it, but we'll make it illegal. But if we don't like somebody for some political reason, or because of the color of their skin, or they're gay or whatever, then you can use that rule or that law as justification to arrest them or do something. It's definitely a big problem. I don't know. Here in the States, we are definitely more... I feel like Europe, the EU and stuff, regulates things way more. Especially England. England is ridiculous that way. Should anyone be able to go out and buy an RPG? So... I think that here in America, as long as you have the right license, you can pretty much own just about any weapon. I'm sure with the right license fees and whatever, you could probably buy, a tank. I mean, people own tanks, privately owned tanks. So, I'm sure you can also buy an RPG, or a machine gun, or whatever. And obviously, there are shootings, and there are problems, Especially with like assault rifles and stuff. Like it used to just kill innocent people for no reason. I don't know. I don't have a good knowledge or understanding about gun control and what is best for everyone. I really can't give a good opinion on that. Which is, I guess, a failing in and of itself. But I don't really have strong opinions on it. I mean, it's easy to look at a shooting and be like, guns equal bad. We should ban all guns. But I also do think there are some legitimate arguments for not super regulating firearms. I don't know. I just don't think it's an easy yes or no. But I don't know. Yeah, prohibition. So here's the thing. Government regulation does have a place, but it comes at a cost. And over-regulating things can be bad. Under-regulating things can be bad. So figuring out that precise balance for any dangerous chemical, dangerous weapon, for just like regulating products and services, it all has a place. Sometimes there's too much, sometimes there's not enough. It's not like a hard yes or no. I do think that having laws to restrict and ban firearms very heavily, like a lot further than they are now, because there's still some regulation, not a ton. But if you were to really try and restrict it, I do think gun-related accidents and crimes and fatalities would drop some, but definitely won't go zero. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Cora, for 29 months. Wow. You've been here so long. I don't know. It's a very controversial topic as well. So I don't know if it's one I super want to talk about, especially since it's not one I have a very strong opinion on either way. Some controversial topics I have strong opinions of. Firearms kind of aren't one of them. I've used firearms. My dad has guns. My grandpa has a bunch of guns. And in my life, it's been, I don't know, a sport, a way of entertainment. But it's also, been very important. You, learn to respect them. Because they are dangerous and you have to take care of them. You have to, when you use them, you don't mess around. It's not like a toy that you just flippantly use. There are very specific rules. And, as a part of scouting, it's, a way to teach young boys responsibility. And, expose them to, this is something that is genuinely dangerous. And there are a lot of things in the world that are genuinely dangerous. They're teaching children how to properly respect and interact with dangerous things, I think does have value. I don't know. Do I believe in aliens? Not really. The universe is a big place, and who knows what's out there. I don't think intelligent life, extraterrestrial intelligent life, has visited the Earth, though. Very likely hasn't even ever looked our way or is aware of it. But that's potentially not true. It is possible there are aliens. I don't think it's likely, though, that if there are, especially super intelligent or hyper advanced aliens, I don't think they would have. Like, if they do exist, they are unaware of us. Because if you were a hyper intelligent advanced civilization and you saw another budding civilization, you would probably want to interact with it in some way or another. Either control it or destroy it or make friends with it or whatever. I think logically in a competitive evolutionary environment, you'd probably just want to destroy it. So it'd be very likely that any intelligent aliens would probably have just killed us if they were able to. But I don't know. But does life exist on other planets throughout our galaxy or other galaxies? I mean, it's the whole Fermi paradox. It's kind of hard to judge the rarity of life when your sample size is one. I would guess, I would hazard a guess, complete guess, there is life in the universe. Beyond our solar system, beyond the confines of the Earth. There probably is life. And if there is, then maybe there's also intelligent life. It took life on Earth 4 billion years to get to humans. And there's no thing that said that intelligent life should or would evolve. It's possible that intelligent life is a really rare, weird exception. Completely bizarre. So even if life doesn't exist, intelligent life may still be extraordinarily uncommon and may not exist anywhere else in the universe. But who knows? Maybe it does. Maybe intelligence is an evolutionary trait that is advantageous enough and common throughout the evolution of creatures that something comparable to us or superior to us exists. But the thing is, on all the life on Earth that's existed for billions of years, nothing has matched us intellectually or really even came close. Which is wild. Dogs are super smart, dolphins are pretty smart, ravens and corvids and parrots and stuff are pretty smart. But nothing compared to us. We are very unique within our own biosphere. Bizarrely so. Because as much as dogs are smart, they really are not smart as people at all, even close. I love dogs, but they're dumb. They're really dumb. They're capable of a lot, but no, they're not intelligent life forms. Not like we are. Yeah, some people can be very dumb. But the complexity with which we are able to have memories and tools and insanely complex tools that themselves have evolved and developed over thousands of years. Nothing has that. Not on Earth. It is amazing though that I watched some video and they were like speculating about how many human beings have existed on the planet. And it's a really small number, really. I mean, it's hard to put your finger on the first human being because evolution is like a gradual process. Like, defining the beginning of any given species is difficult. But, and like doing estimates and stuff, I guess people's models have pointed to there being roughly 100 billion human beings that have existed. Which means nearly 10% of all human beings that have ever existed are alive today. 1 in 10 is alive right now. Throughout thousands of years of history, potentially even hundreds of thousands of years of humans being alive, a full 10% of them are alive right now. That's crazy. Speculation, though, is that the majority of them, like 60 billion people, have lived in agricultural pre-industrial societies. The feudal Europe and Japan and China is where most people who have lived their lives in some sort of agricultural society, pre-industrial. But only like some, I think 10 or 20 billion people lived in nomadic hunter-gatherer societies, I guess. It's not very many. Like, there have been as many like caveman type people as there have been people living today right now in the world of technology and stuff. So it's just crazy to think about. If humanity lives for at least another 1,000 years, and our continued advances in technology continue to increase the capacity of us to like reproduce and have larger populations. Essentially, if our population continues to grow at the rate it has, then over the next 1,000 years, like, so many more people will have lived and died than in the like all of previous history combined. Like, we are at the budding beginning of humanity as a race. We are at the very beginning of human society and existence. Like, and especially like by like per capita. Which is crazy. I love listening to these existential rambles. But yeah, if humanity really becomes multiplanetary and also colonizes other star systems throughout the galaxy, then we are, like, relative to the whole of humanity that will exist, we might as well be cavemen. We might as well be, we are like so primitive compared to the potential that mankind has in the future. I think people are super adaptive. My voice tracking stopped working. It is really interesting how people can like adapt to new situations so well. And it like becomes the new normal. And my eye tracking is like broken. One sec, I'm gonna pretzel. But like in really adverse situations, natural disasters, wars, whatever, people, even if they were used to living the good life, cushy, whatever, We adapt, we make do, we overcome, we fight through it. Humanity is pretty cool that way, even down to individuals. It would be so interesting though if we expand beyond our solar system. It would be interesting to think of how humanity would diversify throughout the galaxy. Because over the course of thousands of years, as humans exist in space, in various environments, various conditions, we would adapt and diversify. Our technology might keep us from diversifying very much, but who knows? Yeah, I think there's a high likelihood of interplanetary warfare. We're stupid enough to definitely have that happen. My eye tracking is still not working. So intelligent yet so stupid at the same time, for sure. Yeah, I think honestly, I think colonizing Mars or Venus or whatever, the moon. Why would you want to colonize inside of another gravity well like that? It is so limiting to your mobility to exist on a planet. The amount of energy you need to get off of the Earth is huge. If you were to just skip the step of being on the surface of some giant rock and just have giant space stations and stuff, it would be so much easier to move around a system or whatever. Yeah, I think by the time we would be able to actually terraform another planet, hopefully we would have our own planet figured out. Because yeah, it doesn't make sense to try and colonize another planet instead of the Earth. The Earth is amazing. Actually perfect for us since we evolved within it. The Earth is awesome. Is it possible to colonize Venus? I think Venus is a really interesting problem compared to Mars. Because while Mars has an atmosphere, it is super thin. It might as well be as a vacuum. As far as you living on Mars is concerned, it might as well be the moon. There's essentially no atmosphere. As far as your ability to breathe and exist on the surface of Mars, might as well be a vacuum. Venus is interesting because to colonize Mars, to exist in more than enclosed capsules or whatever. You have to give it an atmosphere. For Venus, you have to take an atmosphere away, essentially. Because Venus has such a thick atmosphere, amazingly thick. It is the surface pressure, like the pressure of the atmosphere on the surface of Venus is insanely high. Not quite bottom of the ocean here on Earth high, but it is way, way higher than the pressure of our atmosphere. That being said, could you capture the sulfur and various other harmful compounds in Venus's atmosphere? If you could capture those into some sort of solid or whatever, if you could just have some mass scale, planet scale reaction where you could actually absorb the atmosphere of Venus to reduce it. I think that isn't that much crazier of a problem than giving Mars an atmosphere. It's just the other side of the coin. Because where you have to add a ton of oxygen or nitrogen to Mars that isn't there right now, with the Venus, you just have to reduce the other elements enough that the atmosphere is thin enough. It's interesting. I don't think it's impossible. By the time you could give Mars an atmosphere, you'd probably be able to also make Venus's atmosphere livable. Especially since, there's ideas of having cloud ship colonies, giant floating colonies in Venus. Which you could do with today's technology, more or less. You could have a balloon city in the clouds of Venus. It would just be very economically unviable. There's no reason to do that right now. Really, there's no reason to go to Mars either. It's economically completely unsustainable and unviable. Anything you want to do on Mars, you might as well just do on Earth, honestly. For now. I don't know if that will ever change, though. But I think Venus is, underrated as far as its potential to become a, colonizable planet. I guess in some ways Mars is easier to just put a settlement on as long as it's a sealed settlement. It would be harder to do that on Mars. But when it comes to full-on terraforming, I don't know if Mars is actually easier than Venus. But for short-term science bases, or if you really wanted to try and colonize by completely living indoors, then maybe Mars is a lot easier. Exactly. Maybe we should just colonize into the Earth's crust. Honestly, forming giant underground colonies here on Earth would be way, 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 way easier than forming any type of colony on Mars. So yeah. As of now, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to do that. It doesn't make sense to make a giant underground colony on Earth. No one wants to live underground their whole life. And you'd essentially have to do that if you were to try and colonize Mars. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be interesting, though, to see colonizing just space itself. Rather than having to exist on a planet, why not find ways to collect resources off of asteroids and just like live on a space station. Why even exist in a gravity well at all? I don't know. The truth is, right now and in the near future, there's no economic reason to try and colonize anything outside of the Earth. It's all a waste of money. But the research is cool and probably valuable. And maybe at some point humanity will reach a point where it becomes an actual economic necessity or even just economically beneficial to like live somewhere other than the Earth. And as soon as that happens, we will spread like wildfire. As soon as it becomes economically beneficial to actually do this stuff, then yeah, we will be all over the place everywhere. Yeah, you can post like the name of a YouTube channel, that's fine. I think it's worth going to Mars. I think it's worth going to the moon, exploring, even putting people in places throughout our solar system. I think it's cool to do like science projects and like exploration stuff. But right now there's really no reason to like try and like settle a human population outside of the Earth. The idea of getting some self-sustaining civilization outside of the Earth so that if the Earth goes to pot, humanity will still survive. You know, that was kind of Elon Musk's whole deal. Like being a multi-planetary, like, whatever. Maybe that is cool, I don't know. I think if the Earth really screws itself over that hard, where it is actually harder to live on Earth than Mars, I don't think a nuclear war would do that. Like, you could have a full-on crazy nuclear war and throw the Earth into another ice age, and it would still be way easier to live on the Earth than it would be to Mars, like, by a ton. Even if you killed everyone on the Earth except for 100 people, and there were 100 people on the Earth and 100 people on the Mars colony, the people on Earth have way better odds of surviving, I bet. Even if most of the Earth is a nuclear wasteland. Mars is just that inhospitable. You can nuke the Earth to oblivion and it would still be better to live on than Mars. Mars sucks. To be honest, the radiation is way higher due to the extremely thin atmosphere. There's no life that exists at all. Mars, it's just a big rock that sucks, and you would not want to live on it. It would be literally worse to live on Mars than Antarctica. And no one is trying to settle Antarctica. We have science bases there, and it's cool to do some science there. But no one wants to settle Antarctica. It's the same with Mars, but worse and way more expensive. So, I'm excited for like SpaceX. I'm excited for getting people to another planet. That will be cool. But there's like actual human settlement, not in my lifetime, no way. There's no way that will make sense to do in the next 100 years. that movie actually. I thought it was really good. I thought the Martian did like a pretty good job of exploring just how absolutely dangerous it would be. Also, it doesn't make sense though, because like a dust storm on Mars, the atmosphere is so thin there that there's like zero chance of it blowing over a spaceship. Like that simply wouldn't happen. The atmosphere is so thin. It is so thin that like, even if you had insanely high velocity wind, it's not going to like blow anything around that much except dust. Because there's just not enough mass in the atmosphere. There is too thin. I bet you could survive a year on a really, really, really crappy diet. But if you were to go like very long term without the right nutrients, you'd probably get some pretty bad side effects. But I bet you could live for a while on a pretty restricted diet. I don't know. I thought The Martian was good. I liked it as a movie. It definitely had creative liberties. It wasn't like, oh, exactly what it would be like to try and survive on Mars. But it was a good story. And it did address like some of the realistic issues. So I thought it was fun, you know? I question how important macronutrients are. I don't know. I remember my friend telling me about some sort of like nutritionist who essentially only ate Twinkies and like multivitamins. And they were like able to like still be healthy, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a nutritionist. But I do question, like, when you eat protein, does that really... I feel like that would get broken down so far into just amino acids that, like, the actual, like, protein structures, there's no way they really survive. They would totally get broken down. I don't know, though. I don't know. It's interesting, though. Alright, well, that was a lot of rambling about stuff I know nothing about. That's fun. Whatever. If I could choose one superpower, I would just want to be like hyper intelligent, I guess. I feel like if I were hyper intelligent, I could solve any of the other like issues I would want. Space elevators, asteroid. Yeah, current exact has a ton of interesting videos about all sorts of stuff. I feel like that's something you'd regret. Maybe, I don't know. Flights, unless combined with a slew of other powers, would be absolutely terrible. I don't think being the smartest human sounds miserable. Immortality is also interesting. But possibly, I don't know. Like, would it be like cursed to be immortal? Where you can never die even if you want to after 100,000 years where because if you're immortal and you still have a human brain, that is a finite number of neurons and a finite number of memories you have. And it's not really built to last for thousands of years. So would you go crazy? Or over enough time would you forget everything about who you are now? And would that have happened to you 1,000 times over hundreds and thousands of years? So you will have essentially been a different person 1,000 times over. And the immortality is actually meaningless because your brain is just not like adapted to handle that. So you're constantly changing. I don't know. Or even if you did retain a relatively decent memory of your life over hundreds of years, maybe you'd still reach a point where you're like, well, I've done everything I've ever wanted to do. I've loved more people than I could have ever wanted to love, and I'm ready to die. But you never could. I don't know. I kind of want to be immortal, or I at least want to at least have the ability to decide when I die, I guess. Be it in 100 years from now, or 100,000 years, or 100 million years. But I don't know. Yeah, that scares me as well. So, because I definitely fantasize about if you were to take my brain, if you were to take who I am as a rationing, existing whatever I am, and somehow turn that into a computer or whatever, and we'll not even go over the whole would I still be me? Let's assuming you could turn me into an artificial intelligence and it was still me, whatever that really means. I wonder what life would be like to live like that and exist over thousands of years. As technology improves, I could have some sort of android body that more or less provides a human experience. Just like be able to live for as long as I wanted to. Be able to access information in a way that I can't even comprehend today. I don't know. It'd be cool though. You would learn every language. Yeah, I mean, if you could live as long as you wanted to, there's so many things you would do. I would want to learn every language. I would want to learn how to play every instrument, how to dance, how to exist as pretty much every. Like, I just want to experience everything. One superpower I wish I had is if I could, like, control time. Just so I could sleep in all I want and still be on time for everything. I could like sleep for 3 days straight and still stream every day at the same time. If I could just like pause time to take a nap whenever I wanted to. Or to play video games. Assuming that, my time bubble or whatever would exist in such a way I could still interact with stuff. Just the idea is I could do whatever I want. I could procrastinate for as long as I want. and then still come back to the world and be on time to like be productive. That's what I want. I want the ability to procrastinate without it actually affecting my productivity. There you go. That is my superpower. Whatever bending of physics that would require, whatever absolutely crazy bonker system, I want to be able to sit and watch every YouTube video in the world and then still be up the next day to like do my next stream or whatever. Or to even use that time to like practice. I could like freeze time and like learn how to play a bunch of songs, and then tomorrow I get on stream and suddenly I just have like years, or well, at least days of experience of like practicing. So I would always be ready for like whatever. That's what I would want. Shapeshifting would be cool. But yes, my superpower would be super procrastination and or practicing of whatever. So I could develop skills. Like what if I had an idea to like make a video game and I could like freeze time and spend years of like studying and work and come out tomorrow and be like, hey look, I made a video game, or like I wrote a song, or I like mastered cooking, or like some whatever. I'd finished Star Citizen. Exactly. But I wouldn't want to age in my when I'm like in my like pocket, my time pocket or whatever. That way I still age with like all my friends and family who'd be frozen while I'm catching up on being productive or whatever. But yeah. Oh, Haiti. I didn't see it was you. Good to see you. I guess all I want is the ability to have enough time to be as lazy as I want to be and still be as like super productive. So I can keep up with everyone else. I feel like I fall behind because I have like depression and stuff, so I'm just like, it's really hard for me to be as productive as other people because I'll just have days where I can't get out of bed. And like that throws me behind so hard. And it's something I fight with, something I have to work on. So that it doesn't stay so debilitating in my life, but it kind of has been. Like when you have to learn when to just go for something instead of pausing and practicing first. Yes, I would be stuck in an infinite bubble of procrastination. A time bubble of procrastination. Instead of ever being like, okay, I'm ready to go do this. I totally would. Okay, I've been sitting on my butt for too long. I'm gonna blow my nose as well. I need to drink some water. I wish I had tea. If I was a desktop streamer, I would constantly be drinking tea. Like all the time. This is really hard to deal with, like, liquids in VR, especially hot ones. In fact, I'm gonna blow my nose, so grab some water. Okay, tried some new flavors of tea. Never found one you enjoy drinking. I think so far just chamomile is actually my favorite. I've been trying a couple of different flavors as well. I like some peppermint tea and some like licorice tea. There's actually like a tea shop near where I live. And I tried like some pumpkin flavored tea they had at the time. This was like in November though. I think just chamomile is good. I actually really like bori cha, which is like a Korean barley tea. So my dad was telling me that like in Korea and probably Japan and China as well, but I don't know. It was like the quality of their water was not always very good. So it was very common to have to boil your water before drinking it, like every day. And because boiled water kind of tastes nasty, they would just boil barley in with their water to make just a very simple earthy tea. And it was like extremely popular, like as popular as water, because that's how you drink water. So it was like, I kind of grew to love that actually. It's just like hot water with a very slight earthy barley flavor to it. I don't know. So I don't know if it's still that popular or not, or however like popular it really ever was, but I really like bori cha, which is just like Korean barley tea. Probably exists in other Asian countries as well, but yeah. I wonder if that was like a big reason tea became popular in the first place. It was like people found out like boiling their water made it safer. But to like make it not taste so bad, they would just like boil stuff in it. And so tea became popular. I don't know. I love. I can sit here and flex my face tracking. And it's like, well, I just sit here and make faces at you. And it's like interesting because it's like so unique. It is so good. So, yeah, it's the Vive facial tracker paired with the Vive Pro Eye. I don't know anyone else who has face tracking this good as well. I mean, the avatar, you can just get the avatar. I've seen a couple people using this avatar, but none of the people I've seen using it actually have face tracking for it though. This avatar looks completely different to me with the face tracking turned off though. Like absolutely different. In fact, I do not like this avatar without face tracking. It's not that expressive. I mean, this is kind of cute, but it's just not as good. And I think the eyes don't go as wide naturally. They do when I have the face tracking on. I have like a little smirk. See, look. This is the smirk it has built in with the like gestures. Compared to... Oh, let me turn this on. The eye tracking is being buggy again. Here, one sec. I have to like restart everything again. This is one of the annoying parts of this. It is buggy. Why's my eye tracking not working now? I have to go and restart a bunch of stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Could Miko? I'll have to like look at her how good her tracking actually is for stuff. I remember forever ago when she interviewed Rob and I got to like sit in on that. Like kind of I didn't really interact with her that much. I was just kind of there. I wonder if her face tracking is as good as it. From what I've seen though, some of the best face tracking is actually from Apple right now. That you can get at like a consumer price. But obviously the like rigs they have for cinematic stuff is like really good, I bet. Yeah, film grade tracking. So a mocap suit is like $20,000. Frankly, for the like $500 I spent on my VR tracking, it's a good freaking deal. It's like a fraction the cost. And I've never seen Kodemiko dance with her setup. So, honestly, what HTC has done, and I give them credit. Like, people say, like, oh, the Valve is so good. Oh, Meta has done so much. HTC, they're not my favorite company in the world. I want to fangirl over them. But what they have done for consumer level mocap is more than anyone else. Absolutely anyone else. Valve is nowhere near. But, well, Valve has the cool controllers. I'll give them that. That is cool. But Meta is like way behind on the train. Vive has actually done a ton for consumer level mocap. I would be really interested to see what Kodemiko's face can do compared to mine. Just to see what capabilities she has. Because I know if you're doing like full-on movie stuff, I mean, you can do just about anything, especially since you're not doing it live, so you can just tweak things in post, forever. I don't know. Yeah, and so there are, from what I understand, there are motion capture studios where, so if you have a movie and you don't want to like buy a whole studio with cameras and like all this expensive stuff, you just rent out this studio just like you would like a recording studio for music. And they have technicians there to help you out with all the mocap stuff. And then that can go to your effects house, which often is also contracted out and is like a different part of your studio or maybe a completely different studio. And then they'll do all the like post work on it as well. So you have like different levels. I'm sure for like really big budget stuff like Marvel, they probably put together their own like mocap team and like experts and stuff. But I bet for a lot of smaller mocap, it really is just like relying on pre-existing studios to do that kind of stuff. Oh, Miko uses an Apple? Okay, yeah. I was thinking that Apple has really good face tracking, and they do. I'm pretty sure that's what Ari uses as well now. She uses an Apple with the Leap Motion. And I have a Leap Motion, and I kind of hate it. It kind of sucks, in my opinion. It's kind of cool, but also kind of trash. The worst thing about it is it has a very, very limited space that it will accurately track your hands in. They have to be like in a very specific position. Because if they're like right here, it will do it. My hands are over here, it won't work. If they're down here, it won't work. Up here, no. Too far forward, too far back, won't work. So it's like a 1 by 2 foot square. That's like a foot deep. And that is the tracking space it can handle with your hands. Which is cool, because it can do display and accurate tracking and stuff better than the index controllers. So it's very, very limited in the area it can track. So I like him, but I also don't like him. And it's a little bit annoying to set up as well. Because the best place I've found that it can be is like either on your forehead, on your chest, or like I don't know. It helps if it's like on your body in a good spot. Because I've tried having it from the top of my monitor pointed down. I've tried having it on my desk pointed up so it sees my hands over it. But kind of the best place for it to be actually, I've found, is on my chest. But I've also seen people put them on VR headsets on their head. But since I use mine for like desktop stuff, I don't really want a VR headset on my head. But it's just a little bit annoying. Yeah, the potential to just make an animated movie just using VR chat is actually pretty huge. Some people are going for that. And there are amateur, like, little indie VR chat movies. I've yet to see, like, a really professional team go for it, though. But you definitely could. So one thing I don't like about for Hyundai ASMR is, like, I do this movement a lot. Just that, right there. The lead motion does not track that well. That's like too much. That it just barely goes in and out of the space it really wants to track. So instead it like will lose tracking and then like snap my hand down and then gain tracking again and I'll snap my hand back up. And then like as I move, I don't know. It's cool, but garbage. I want to try the Quest 2 hand tracking. I'm going to guess it's about the same quality though as the Leap Motion. Camera-based tracking of your hands. I remember years ago, my dad actually was working on a project that required it. He used to work for a company called Cirque, and all they did was the touch screens in point of sale devices. When you go to the store and you put your credit card in the little card reader and you put in your PIN on the touch screen, my dad designed that touch screen. At least for, some of the models out there. And, that was like before phones became popular, like smartphones with touchscreens. And one thing that he was experimenting with while he was in the like R&D, well, he was the R&D department for that company. It was pretty small, but he was exploring. Oh, thank you so much, Gunberg, Lieutenant Tugendberg. Thank you for 7 months. But anyways, my dad, in working for that company, explored camera tracking for doing hand tracking. So I was pretty young at the time. I think I was still in like junior high or maybe high school. And my dad was showing me finger tracking based off of a camera, essentially what Leap Motion does today. And he had a working model, and it was cool. And in testing it, he was like, yeah, I don't see this, like, there's, in the near future, I just, like, don't see this being a good replacement for a touchscreen for what he was doing. But he was all about, like, touchscreens and stuff, and had interesting stuff. He had, like, things he was working on, like, where you could just do, like, gestures over the touchscreen. I would just sense your hand above it, so you wouldn't actually have to touch it. You could, like, swipe without actually touching it and stuff. He was doing all sorts of interesting things, playing with the user experience and stuff. But yeah, like, a lot of it was like, well, it's too easy to, like, accidentally, like, toggle a gesture or, like, whatever. So in a lot of testing, like, he didn't end up implementing pretty much most of it. He did do, so for, like, tap to pay cards, he would build the antenna into the touchscreen using just the indium tinoxide layer on the glass. So you could do that. So you wouldn't have to have a separate antenna, which was interesting. I mean, all sorts of stuff. My dad did all sorts of stuff working for that company. But it's just interesting that I saw hand tracking, like my dad did that. Doing like computer vision in real time to track. And now I have like the Leap Motion, I have the Quest 2, and then you see that same kind of stuff happening, and it's still having the same issues. So inside out hand tracking. I'm sure eventually it will be really good, but it's not there yet. So I think gloves are kind of, I think in the next 10 years, they will be the best VR experience, will be gloves. Plus you also have the benefit of being able to build in haptic feedback and stuff that you would otherwise not be able to do with just camera-based tracking. So, I don't know, we'll see. I don't know about having facial hair with face tracking. I don't know if it throws it off or not. I heard the magnets in the glove can blow up, so to speak. What? You don't know what you mean by that. Yes, I saw that CS did have some interesting stuff. There was a Kickstarter for one of them that was like a couple $100. I would want to see more tech demos of it. I hate there are so many companies that will do stuff, and they'll have so much marketing, but they will not have a single video of their product actually being used and showing how good the actual tracking is. And it's because they're just like snake oil bullcrap. And I hate companies like that, because there was one company that's like, we have haptic gloves, and they're really cheap, but like, oh yeah, they only work with the Quest 2 hand tracking. So it's literally just a pair of gloves. And then it just uses the camera-based tracking of a Quest 2. I think it's just because they were haptic gloves. So they actually didn't have any tracking whatsoever. Just some vibrators and a pair of gloves for like $500. And you're like, really? Garbage. So, yeah. I think there is some like, unfortunately, there are some gimmicky like VR accessories that they do fall in that category. It's just like scam garbage. So I am very um skeptical of VR stuff that's coming out that's not from like a company that is like well known for delivering good VR stuff. Like if HTC came out with a VR glove, I bet it would be awesome. Or Valve. Or even, dare I say it, Meta. But like some people are like, oh, let's do some VR accessory startup that like, I don't know, makes some gimmicky piece of garbage. So yeah. Oh my gosh. My friend Mr. Baseman had the worst holiday of his life. So this last weekend, or this last like yeah, week or whatever, my friend Mr. Baseman, who you've all probably seen at some point, he's my IRL friend. He went on a trip to New Mexico. And it was a nightmare. So he decided to drive out here because we live in Utah, New Mexico. It's kind of far away. It's like 8-hour drive. It is long. But for some reason, for whatever reason, he decided he was going to drive rather than fly, which probably made sense for what he was doing. Anyways, he has a tire blowout. Not a big deal. Kind of annoying, sits you back. He has like AAA insurance or whatever. So he calls them, but it's late at night because he left work, I think around noon or 1 p.m. and is driving 8 hours. So it's late at night. He has a tire blowout. He goes to the side of the road. And I guess they didn't have a tire for him immediately available. They could give it to him tomorrow to replace his tire. And because he has an electric vehicle, he has, what is it, like the Volt or whatever? He doesn't have a spare tire because that space is taken up by the battery. So the roadside assistant comes, they pick him up, and they take him to a hotel, and they're like, okay, we'll be back tomorrow. They give him a ride, and he still had to pay for the hotel. He gets back to his car the next day to put on a new tire. Finds his windows smashed out and all of his stuff stolen. 2 laptops. Now he had his work laptop and a gaming laptop. His Nintendo Switch. All of his clothes that he had packed. Everything. They stole everything out of his car. And this is just like, it was near some Indian reservation, just on the side of the road, kind of in the middle of nowhere. He said it was like outside of like Farmington, New Mexico or something. But yeah, all of his stuff was stolen. And he has the like police file a report. He has comprehensive insurance on his car. He was saying he's hoping, but he's saying he lost like thousands of dollars worth of stuff because he had a really expensive laptop, as well as his work laptop, as well as they like stole the subwoofer out of his car because he had like a subwoofer. He had like nice like audio system and stuff going like alongside that. But yeah, so he just like had tons of stuff stolen from his car. So, cause yeah, like he didn't think it'd be a problem. It was in the middle of nowhere, side of the road. So he just like went to a hotel room that, the AAA guy drove him to. And he's going to get a new tire tomorrow, continue on his vacation. Just delayed, kind of a day. But no. So that's sucks. And that is not even all of it. He gets to New Mexico. He does what he went there to do. Had a good time, but it's kind of hard to have a really good time when you have getting robbed, like... That just sucks. It's going to eat at your brain the entire time you're on vacation. So, even though, like, things went okay after that, on his way home, it's, like, super blizzardy. He did get his window replaced while he was down in New Mexico. So at least he didn't, like, just have an open window while he was there. But, super blizzardy wind conditions, or like, weather conditions. And he sees, a semi-truck that's just, like, pulled off to the side of the road. And he, like, kind of, as he was passing it, he was like, oh, well, I'll just, like, make sure to go wide around it, so, in case the, like, driver's out inspecting his truck or whatever, he's not gonna hit him. As he, like, kind of goes left or whatever, he sees why the guy was pulled over. And there was a giant buck, like a dead buck, laying in the middle of the road that the driver had hit. And he slams on his brakes, but like he goes right over it. So the whole deer, he just runs right over, and it pops his tires, 2 of them. So he lost 3 tires in one road trip and is now stuck on the side of the road again in the middle of a blizzard. I was like, holy crap. So he, that time though, it was a little bit earlier in the day. He had, just a AAA guy come out again, the second time in one road trip, to come and give him new tires. And he was able to make it home, but it took him he told me it was 26 hours from when he left where he was at in New Mexico to come home. Was how long he was on the road, stuck in traffic and blizzard, so as he was driving north, one of the roads was closed and he had to wait, and eventually decided that he would take an alternate route that added another 3 hours to his trip. It was just the worst. And so now he got home and he's trying to work with the insurance companies. Apparently he talked to them and they said he was saying he thinks he's going to get reimbursed for all the stuff that was stolen. So that's good. But what a crappy road trip. Oh my gosh. So he came home from his vacation of heck. He's I need another vacation to de-stress from my vacation. Oh my gosh. So yeah. Hello, Fuzzy. Good to see you. And HeXCon. Sorry you didn't see I earlier. I was in the middle of my story. So yeah, that is worst road trip ever. Because I've done similar road trips. I once went, I drove to Las Vegas to go watch Muse when they did a concert there. And it's not a terrible drive. Because we live in northern Utah. So you have to drive all the way through all of Utah, which is I think to get to the bottom of Utah from where I live, 6-ish hours. And then another hour or two once you cross the border to get to anywhere in particular in the other state. So, yeah. I feel flights, oh my gosh, excuse me. If you're driving a car by yourself, just the gas to get somewhere, it's getting to the point where it's you might as well just fly. You have a whole family of people, or you can do a road trip with a bunch of people, where you only have to pay once for gas rather than buying 4 plane tickets. Then it makes sense to take a car. But if you're just by yourself, it's actually, you might as well just fly. Because driving a whole car with only one person versus just a single plane ticket, it's actually just cheaper to fly a lot of the time. But it is nice, depending on where you're going and what you're doing, to have your own car when you get there and not having to rent one or just go without. If you're just going to the Las Vegas trip, you really don't need to drive anywhere. There are lots of taxis, or you can just walk this trip. It's not that long. So, yeah, if I go to Las Vegas and it's just me or just me and another person, it's better to just fly. Or even California. But if you have 3 or 4 people, then you can think about doing a road trip or whatever. So, when I go to the airport, if I don't have somebody to pick me up and drop me off, here in Utah we have the tracks or whatever. It's kind of a little mini train or whatever. And it goes, so we have also, there's the front runner, which is just a passenger train that goes north to south through the Utah metropolis or whatever. And you can just park your car at one of the parking lots or whatever. get on Front Runner, and it connects to tracks, which goes to the airport. It's like $3 or whatever, super cheap. And like, I don't know, it's an easy way to like get to and from the airport. I go for just the cavity search. Oh, fuzzy. Oh no, you're as D-John as I am. Oh my gosh. It's so fun to see so many people visit my chat. I love that. It's... Oh my gosh. Holy crap. What the heck? That's such a huge raid. Wow. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Hello. Nietzsche raid. Wow. Thank you so much. Hello, raiders. I'm just like sailing out to Boston Nova in this cyberpunk apartment and talking about all sorts of stuff, really. Pull out the toast, we've got some jam read. I could jam some more on my guitar. It's all set up now. Wouldn't take as long to like get back into it. Fuck, let's do it. I want to do more guitar. I'm in the mood. I'm in the mood to play guitar today. Which is sad, because I have to like get rid of this really nice, good music to play my really crappy, bad music. But we're doing that! I can figure out where I put my stuff. Okay, give me just one moment. Okay, I'm back. I should try jamming to like other genres at some point. I don't know, I'm not super good at it though. My little staniac. Here, I'm gonna pull up my chat in like a big window so you can see while I play. Bum 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 bum. Hello? Oh, so you can play guitar. I can pretend like I know what I'm doing, kind of. Hello? Let me set up a loop pedal again real quick. I need to go through and like stick a loop pedal and like all the presets for this thing. They're just way too much fun to not have. Okay, let's just record a quick loop. Okay, something like that. Oh, sing me the song I love to hear. Yeah, 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 whoa, whoa. Whoa. Yeah, 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 oh, 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 oh. Whoa, oh, oh, oh. Tell me the song I wanna hear. Imagine a place where we can be together forever. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. That's like all I know. As far as bossa nova goes, I need to learn more like progressions and interesting things to do. Like playing C major over a couple of chords. Something wrong with my volume. Okay, let's jump to just some E minor blues again. Oh. I lost my place, sorry. I figured that since you came in as a jam raid, I just jam out. Oh, take me home. Late at night, I'm just sitting at the bar. You gave me a light that made me shatter in my boots, made me feel cold. Makes me feel warm at night. Put your arms around me, hold me tight. I don't like this progression. I'm not grooving with it. What are you, man? You're killing me, bro. I really want to have like those VR gloves. It'd be so cool if you could actually see my fingers like doing chords and stuff. I started on this chord right here. That's right. Also, Nova uses like a lot of chords I just don't know. A lot of 6/9 chords, so sevens, whatever. I know some of them pretty well, like this. This chord, I have no idea. I don't even remember what it's called. It's just so weird. Ah! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, oh, 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 whoa, oh, 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 oh. That's all I know. To learn more, I'll have to practice Bossa Nova more. I started playing guitar my junior year of high school. I graduated 2011. So it would have been, I guess, like the year from like 2009 to 2010 when I started. But when I went to college in Idaho for like 2 years, I didn't have a guitar. I like just didn't have a guitar. There's still lots to I'm not very good at. That song is like so much sliding up and down the neck. It isn't too hard to do unless you cannot see your guitar, which I cannot see right now. I could put my hands on my forehead, I guess, but so hard. So hard to not be able to see your hands. Yeah, I'm essentially blindfolded right now. Well, I don't know. waltzing through my life alone. When will I find true peace of love? I'm kind of sick of that, to be honest. Oh wow, another sub. Wow, another one. Wow, I'm getting so many subs. Okay, I have to change my sub rate. So many of the people in my chat now, you all have Raider stuff and like Nietzsche rating me, which again, thank you so much. But it's interesting because it's a lot of my regulars are there as well. So I wonder just how many of your chat viewers there actually are, like regulars. I feel like there's the same like 500 of you who all are in everybody's like chats or whatever. So you should all know each other. Waltz into my life alone. When will I find true peace of mind to be? I was all alone last night, waiting for your touch. When will I feel your breath breathing down my back? Parasocial love, parasocial love, parasocial love, parasocial love. Come and watch my stream today. Don't fall in love, wearing through your scream at me. Don't come to my windows, please. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. I don't know how to play and sing at the same time. Unfortunately, my guitar has a fluid. I tried to like pick up my guitar to show it to the camera, but it's stuck to my hip. My guitar has a Floyd Rose, which means it's really, really hard to retune, or else I would have gone to drop B. But I have to go grab another guitar because I want to retune this one. Walking on the cloud, I was singing, walking on the clouds. I cannot keep time and sing at all. It's just an impossibility. It's not gonna happen. Hello? Oops. I even just snuck on the water, man. Wow. Yeah, I can do a really bad version of those. It's hard to play blindfolded and with controllers in your hands. I am missing notes. Heck, this controller really is annoying. Oh my gosh! Wow, embarrassing. She's got a smile about. Anyway, here's this song. I don't know how the words to Wonderwalker. I've never practiced singing. I never wanted to be a singer until like now. So I just know like guitar stuff. I definitely cannot sing and play. That's something I need to practice. Today, it's gonna be the day of something back to you. Right now, a booger in your nose, and I'm gonna smile like you. See, I can't sing and play. I don't really know how that song goes. I just know they're like notes. I'm gonna put a little dirt in your eye. And figure out where it is. What? I used to know that song. I don't remember how it goes anymore. Bum bum ba dum. Bum bum ba dum ba 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 ba. I don't remember how it goes. Such a fun song though. Bum 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 bum. I can't do that with the controller on my wrist. I can't do it! It's too hard. Whatever. Somebody loves your content. Not really. I'm totally wrong. Hard to do without seeing. I need to see where my fourth Friday is. I don't know where it is and I keep missing it. Sorry, I might even remember. I don't remember how that goes. I don't know. Where's it go from there? I don't remember how it goes. I used to know that song. Sorry. That's why I don't do requests, though. I just don't know songs very well. I just like jam out all day. Where is it? Love. When you're on a holiday, can't find the words to say all the things that come to you, and I wanna feel it. Yeah, can't sing. On an island in the sun, we'll be playing and having fun, and it makes me feel so fun. I can't control my brain. We'll run away together. We'll spend some time forever. We'll never feel that anymore. When you're on a golden sea, you don't need no memory. There's a place to call your own as we drift into the zone. On an island in the sun, we'll be playing and having fun, and it makes me feel so fun. I can't control my brain. We'll run away together. We'll spend some time forever. We'll never feel that anymore. I know that song. That's such fun. Bum ba 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 ba. Bum ba 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 ba. Whoa. Bum bum bum. Whoa. You need to learn that song. It's fun. The new style I invented. It's like math rock, but bad. Beautiful. I kind of love like two-handed tapping because I cannot see my hands, and you kind of have to see where your hands are for that. It's like a horror movie. So much dissonance, it's overwhelming. Oh, shoot the knife! Run! She's coming for you! What's that go? The like bass line to that song. Oh, sorry. Oh no! My hand's like losing tracking. Oh, this controller is about to break in half. That's the noise from his blue stream. How am I off? Ah, where's my E? There's an E. In the suburbs of Utah, there's a legend of a fire. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wow, I'm so amazing. Legend of the fox eyes. She came one terrible night, and she sounded like this. No, oh no. Is my microphone peaking as bad as it looks like it is? Holy crap. Didn't notice it. Oh. I have completely lost like any mental capacity to play anything except nonsense. This is like the like guitar equivalent of rambling. play my guitar so hard my head flew away. Go back to this chord progression because it's fun. Oh no. These chords are so weird. They're not dissonant, they're not consonant, they're just like in between and they're just like floating. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's probably enough again. That was a long guitar for one stream. I have those really cool like strap locks. I don't have to like take off my whole strap. I can just like whatever. It's nice. Oh yeah, wow. Oh no, are you stopping now? Yeah. I've been playing so much. I don't even have anything like prepared to play. I don't have like songs I can perform. I don't know how to play songs. I never learned. Hello? 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 I need to learn how to sing as well. There's so much stuff I need to do. Oh no. I also want to learn how to play piano. Play me a song near the piano, Fox. Play me a song tonight. Oh, it's sad and it's sweet, and I knew it complete when I had a younger fox's tail. Guitar is a wonderful instrument. Relatively cheap. Compare a guitar to like a violin or something, and they are like stupid cheap, really. Like, for a guitar that is super nice and does anything you'd ever want it to, you can get for $2,000. That's like a professional level guitar. There are boutique stuff that's more expensive and like old relic whatever. But like $2,000 is pretty much top of the range as far as functionality is concerned. You get the best tone, the best hardware, the best build quality, $2K. Which sounds like a lot of money, but compare that to like a cello and holy crap. Like crappy cello starts at $2,000. A like passable violin is $2,000. You can get an okay but kind of crappy guitar for $100. A really playable guitar used for like $300 or $400. In fact, one of my favorite guitars I have, I only paid like $400 for it. And it is a really, really good guitar. So super cheap. I would say used is really a good place to start. Go, well, have a friend who plays guitar. Go to a guitar center or whatever. Go look in their wall of used guitars and pick one out from there and make sure that your friend who knows what they're doing can play it and they're like, yeah, this plays well. And then you can get a really good guitar for like $200-300 that will last you years of learning. New guitars are ridiculously expensive. The used markets for guitars are like so much better. You can get like primo guitars for so cheap. I mean, as long as it's not like a Les Paul, those retain their value because their name is so big. And Les Pauls are great, but like, I have my guitar I've had and played the most is the like Schecter C1 Classic, which has all the exact same hardware, the same pickups, same potentiometers, same scale length, and everything as a Les Paul. So it's like sounds really good, very versatile. Spent like $400 on it. Brand new, it's like a $1,200 guitar, but used I got for like $400. So you can get a super top tier guitar for super cheap. Yeah, my first guitar came from a pawn store or a pawn shop or whatever. Just like some Ibanez acoustic, whatever. I paid next to peanuts for it. I think $60. And it was a really good guitar to learn on. But there are bad guitars out there. Like warped necks, or the action is like super weird, or like whatever. So yeah. A pawn shop. No, a pawn shop. Somebody came into my stream and was like, oh, this is one of the streams. Put on some clothes. I'm not even like wearing anything super, like, I'm wearing more clothes than normal. Lamau. This is like extra clothes for me. I've I think we were talking about their clothes. Oh, I don't really know Nietzsche that well. I'll have to like check them out. I've seen them in other people's chats, but I don't think I've ever talked to them. And I don't think I've seen their channel before. So I'll have to go and like check them out. Are they like a Kimmer streamer like everyone else on VR chat? Or are they a little more tame? Because like, there's people like Mingo, especially on her Sunday streams, but kind of always, to be honest. Super lewd. Super just showing off the goods all day. Lamau. Mingo is wholesome. Lamau, yeah, sure. I hate it. I can try really hard, but I can go to like a website and pull up music like this. That's just so good. Maybe one day I'll be able to play like this, but I'm not there yet. Oh no, it's Mingo's super humor today. She does do that. My gosh. My streams are just, I don't know. They're just me. I don't really push anything that, like, is outside of what I would normally be doing anyways, really. Well, tell Mingo to send me the test results of her limit testing. That way I won't have to get in trouble when she does. Lamau? Bum bum ba da bum 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 bum. I need a little maraca. Baba. All the time, obviously. I just crawl around my apartment and riot things. Can you sing? No, not really. I'm a terrible singer. I wish I was better. Oh, like, I don't know. I need to work on it. Try more. Whatever. You can just like vibe for a little bit of vibing. Hello. Bum bum ba bum ba ba ba. I spent my entire stream in this apartment today. Didn't go anywhere. No exploring. Just you and me and a guitar a little bit. And a little bit of existentialism. Actually, relatively little Kim as well. Not a very Kimmer stream, which is a little abnormal. I'll have to kick out the Kim next stream. So, this avatar has a bikini, but it is actually a very conservative bikini by VR chat standards. Downright prudish, really. I am surprised. Some of the stuff I see on other people's streams, I'm like, oh my gosh, wow. I can't even ride that well right now. Oh no! My vocal cords are giving out. I need some tea. Right. There. I did my humor part for the stream today. Hello? Where's my hip? Hello? Yeah, 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 oh. Movement of the sea, back and forth, you and me. Whoa, 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 oh. Night is young, drunk too much wine. Now I know. What are we gonna do with all this time? Together, together. Forever, forever. Driving out. Oh, hello. I'm just like listening to some music right now. You can't hear it though. It's G-Sopa. Hello? Okay, that's not remotely terrible. That's so terrible. I literally have the worst voice ever in the world. I'm like a Volgon reading poetry. Oh, little Grumpspunkle, I rend thy glibblewort. Whatever that's like poem is, I don't remember. Something about a lurgid bee, I guess. The movies were really good, like both the old one and the new one, with like what's his name, Martin something Martin, the guy who played Bilbo in The Hobbit. He was in The Hitchhiker's Guide, and that's what I originally knew him from. But the book is even better. Reading the book is so much fun, and it goes off on the most ridiculous tangents. Like, one random thing was like, in an attempt to make elevators even better, more efficient, so no one ever has to wait, they like ended up creating like intelligent, like sentient elevators that were able to like vaguely see into the future to predict what floor to be on, to like be like where somebody wants them before they even know. And they talk about how they got like pouty and stuff and like ended up developing emotions and like whatever. Oh, and there's like this random entity. It's almost a spoiler because of how good it is, but I'll say it anyways. So, in the movie, there's this like random scene where they go to Magrathea and they launch nuclear missiles at them. And they hit the improbability drive, and the missiles turn into a whale and a bowl of petunias. And in the movie, it's like, there's a line where it's like, the only thing the bowl of petunias thought was, oh, well, not again. And if we knew why the petunias thought that, perhaps we would understand the universe that much better. But in the book, it goes on to elaborate on this, like, there's this being in the universe that gets reincarnated. And every time they get reincarnated, they ended up like casually being killed by Arthur Dent in some like random way. So like they get reincarnated to a fly and then Arthur Dent kills them. They get reincarnated into a bowl of petunias in the middle of the air and plummet to their death on Magrathea due to Arthur Dent pushing the improbability drive button. So there's this like entity that keeps getting reincarnated and killed by Arthur Dent over and over again. And at one point, he tries to take revenge on Arthur Dent, but it doesn't go so well for him. Just a bunch of ridiculous stuff. There's the like most terrible, horrible torture device, like machine that totally destroys a person that was created, and Zaphod Beeblebrox gets put into this machine, but rather than come out utterly mentally destroyed, he comes out with an ego bigger than ever. And it's funny because it elaborates that what this machine does is it takes the idea that you can extrapolate information. If you were to like perfectly know everything about the velocity, the charge, the mass of a single particle in the universe, because all the like fields, like electric, magnetic, gravitational fields, all interact on this particle throughout the universe, you could extrapolate all of reality off of a single particle. So this machine does that, and then reveals all the complexity and splendor of the universe to somebody, and shows how absolutely minuscule they are in comparison to all of creation, which normally renders people babblingly, incomprehensibly mad, because the universe is big, or space is big, very big, in fact. So, but Zaphod, they used that machine on him, but he was actually in a simulation universe that was used by, like, travel agency writer, like people who write travel journals, to explore the universe in safety in a simulator. And because he was in a simulator, when he got showed the entire expanse of the universe, it was revealed that the entire purpose of the universe was to serve him. So he came out not knowing he was in a simulator, thinking that he was, in fact, the very point of the existence of the universe, the whole reason it existed at all. Which was just absolutely hilarious. It's just such a good book. It's so witty and silly. And it will take existential problems and address them with just this dry English wit that I love. Douglas Adams is wonderful to read. Just the prose itself, just the way it's written is enjoyable. It is probably my favorite book. A singularly remarkable book. The movies are good, but the book is just absolutely incredible. Just in case you were looking for a book suggestion, it's always at the top of my list of good books to read. Not that anyone really reads books. I don't read books that often either. Every now and then I will. Mostly I just use audiobooks now, which have pros and cons. You definitely don't retain as much. but it is super convenient and way fast to get through content. Yeah, doing like a movie adaptation of that, like they could never capture all of it. And I think what they did do in the movies was really good. And I really liked what's his name? I know his name. He passed away though. The guy who played Snape. He was also in like Love Actually or whatever. But he was Marvin the robot in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy movie. Alan Rickman, yeah. And he was great. So there's like an older version of that movie that was like made in England forever ago. And the Marvin the robot in that series, or like movie or whatever, was nowhere near as good as Alan Rickman as Marvin the robot. Like, that was so funny. So yeah. Another book series I've read recently that I've talked about before is the Bobiverse series. Those are really, really good. And another sci-fi series I have gone over through audiobooks is Red Rising. That was actually really good. It got a little bit predictable, a little bit repetitive as the series went on, but it was still really good. So there's Bobiverse. It's a really good series. It's like if you're an engineer, like a computer scientist or a mechanical engineer, then you would totally nerd out over that book. It's just like a power fantasy for an engineer. Because the Bobiverse book is like, what if you got turned into an artificial intelligence that was in charge of a von Neumann probe? And you explore the galaxy and like develop technology and save the human race and like all sorts of stuff. It's very fun. So, Mr. Baseman and I used to work together, and we were listening to a book series called Red Rising. And the main character of the series was named Darrow. And we would always like, oh, my boy, Darrow. What's he going to get up to this time? Or whatever. So we'd like listen together. Darrow. It was just fun. So, von Neumann probes are kind of an interesting argument when it comes to the Fermi paradox. So, the idea of a von Neumann probe is some sort of machine that can travel from star system to star system and reproduce itself by gathering resources and manufacturing another probe. And that way, it can spread through the universe. And in fact, even though the galaxy is like 100,000 light years wide, a von Neumann probe that is not capable of traveling extremely fast could still theoretically populate the entire galaxy in like a few million years. And a few million years is a long time. But considering that life on Earth has existed for 4 billion years, that's actually just the blink of an eye, less than 1% that life has existed on Earth. But why don't we see any evidence of any von Neumann probes from previous civilizations or other civilizations? Because the idea of a self-replicating drone that could explore space seems pretty simple, really. If there is an advanced, intelligent alien species out there, we should have seen something like that already, and we haven't. I was just talking about Bobiverse. I was just suggesting it earlier. It was like a second ago. I don't know if you just got here, but I've been talking about it. I don't remember the origin of the Borg. Wow, what a hole in my Trekkie knowledge. I'm sure it was covered at some point, but I don't remember. I'm glad you like the Bobiverse book though. It is so cool. And I love the idea that, like, I don't know, it's just complete, like, engineered power fantasy. Because, like, he's confronted with this, like, super authoritarian, theocratic state. And very quickly in the book, he pretty much just gets away from them and just does whatever he wants. Which luckily is more or less in line with the goals they had for him. But, I don't know, it's pretty good. It is possible that we are the first intelligent species in our galaxy. I mean, if the universe is like, I don't know, 18 billion years old or whatever, 14 billion years old, and the first signs of life on the Earth are like 4 or 5 billion years old, then like only 10 billion years have gone by since life started on the Earth. And in that time, maybe our galaxy was more dense and there was more gamma ray bursts and radiation. The thing is, the bigger a star is, the shorter its lifespan is. So it's possible in a younger galaxy, there were lots of massive stars that burned out really quick and had supernovas going off all the time. And in an environment like that, like planets would be bombarded with crazy amounts of radiation. So if any DNA molecules had formed, they would have quickly been destroyed. So maybe there was just a window long enough with a galaxy and the solar system calm enough to not like just destroy any life forms that developed on it. So maybe we are in just this like window of opportunity that happened relatively early on within the like lifespan of the universe, where we started developing. And maybe in the billions of years to follow, many other life forms will fall, and we truly are the first. Which is interesting. It would be crazy. Well, it's hard to know. I mean, that's the whole point of the Fermi paradox, is to try and figure out just how statistically likely life really is. One per galaxy might be way fewer than average. Or it might be that there's really only like one intelligent species that develops in every million galaxies. We really just don't know. Maybe we're unique in the whole universe. I feel like that's as unlikely as, like, the galaxy being full of super advanced civilizations. It's probably, like, that's probably unlikely. But it's also unlikely that we're completely unique. But who knows? Yeah, so we have the Milky Way, and Andromeda that we could ever reasonably ever explore. Because the expansion of the universe, even if you got to like 99.99% the speed of light or whatever, it's just like impossible to actually get to the next universe over, besides Andromeda, because the Milky Way and Andromeda are close enough that the forces of gravity are stronger than the like expansion of the universe. Okay, I have something though. I'm like, this is my flat earther theory. I actually question the scientific theories about the expansion of the universe and even the origins of the Big Bang. It's possible they are accurate, but those models have changed a lot over decades of research. And a lot of the evidence that suggests that the universe is expanding, accelerating outwards, is based off of redshift, like Doppler effect, measurements of different stars. But I think it's very possible that there might be some mechanism whereby photons lose energy as they propagate over millions of light years, and we just don't understand that. Because if it were true that photons lost energy as they propagate throughout space, that you would see subtle light shift, or like redshift. And the further away something is, the more the photon would have been able to decay or something, or lose energy. And it's possible that the universe is not expanding away and dark energy is not a thing. It's just us misunderstanding the results we're seeing. Or who knows? Maybe photons interact with quantum foam in a way that, on average, loses energy. Or something else, some other mechanism as of yet not understood. So, I think the Big Bang is interesting. I think the expansion of the universe is interesting. But I also have a little skepticism as to, I feel like they are presented as like certain fact. When I think there's actually some chance that we're wrong, because we are always refining our models about physics, the universe, and the like cosmological like structure of our universe. Because frankly, we really just don't know that much. Which just, a lot of it is conjecture. So yeah. That's all I have to say. Like, for some, that's all I have to say about that. I don't know, I could probably talk about that for a while longer. Bum, bum, bum. Jolly! Thank you. But I don't know. The thing is, if photons really do lose energy like that, maybe we could measure that. I don't know. The thing is, we can bounce light off of mirrors and stuff, but those interactions may interfere with the results. And it might also create a lot of noise on your measurement. And even just the instruments you use to measure the energy of the photon would probably have enough noise on them that if photons did lose energy over the span of thousands of light years, maybe that loss of energy would be too small for us to easily detect with our like current instruments. I don't really know. But if that were the case, then all the hubbub about the expansion of the universe is just like overblown theory that is presented as fact. And it's annoying that so many theories, like, I don't know, there is science in the media, which is the most bullcrap, like in the news. There's science as presented by shows like Nova, or like that, like Stephen Hawking's universe, whatever, or Neil, what's his name? The black guy scientist. I should know his name. Or even like Bill Nye did a science show, like way after all the like kid stuff he did. And a lot of presenters like that will assert various theories as being like, oh no, they're well tested, well known, whatever. And a lot of them are. And there is a lot of credence to the Big Bang Theory and to like dark energy and stuff. But there's also just so much we don't know. Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah, that's the name I was looking for. Yeah, but it's okay, just call him Black Science Man. I am a fan of his, but I also feel like he can also present things in a way that I'm like, no. True, yeah, Jelly. That's true. The only way we really have to measure the speed of light is using reflection and changing the direction of it. Which, yeah, like, I don't know. I remember when like string theory was all over like Nova and stuff. And like my young brain was so dumb, I'm like, wow, alternate realities are real. Oh my gosh. We exist on this cosmic loaf of bronze or whatever, which was short for membranes. And like string theory was just so like it's the next thing, like, oh, we discovered atoms and molecules and subatomic particles, and now there's strings, and like I feel like that just kind of like people stopped caring about that. So there's definitely like the way the public picks up and is also just presented with new scientific findings and new research and stuff, and a lot of it is like just that theoretical. And we like test things and figure things out, but I don't know. Everything is kind of right and kind of wrong, and science is never actually going to be 100% right ever. Even Newtonian mechanics, which were understood for centuries and accepted it's just the way the world works, they break down, they don't always work. They aren't the best way to explain how everything in the universe works. But as an engineer, Newtonian mechanics are extremely useful and used every day all over the world because they're good enough prediction to do engineer an aircraft or a gun or whatever. Because usually we don't have to worry about relativistic speeds or like whatever. One place that does break down, though, is actually GPS. And a lot of, like, DSP has, like, radio signals and stuff. You actually have to start worrying about, like, relativity and stuff. It's interesting. But it's interesting. That's why I kind of get where flat earthers are coming from. I think that level of denial of, like, broad scientific, like, consensus is, like, way over the top and completely insane, obviously. But the point that it's like we understand that, like, scientists are just people. They have their own biases, their own misunderstandings, and they really just don't know everything. They're just kind of figuring it out with the rest of us. And that sometimes, yes, some theories, some ideas are presented with a level of certainty that is probably not appropriate. So, I get that. You can't always trust everything you hear. And 99% of all my knowledge about math and science came from other people. Textbooks, secondhand knowledge, whatever. So, I have to kind of trust what people tell me. I trust that the earth is round. I've not directly done any experiments. I've never seen it from space. But I'm not so disenfranchised and disillusioned with modern science as to not at least accept that level of, like, understanding about the earth we live on. Like, you have to completely deny all public scientific consensus entirely to dismiss the idea that the earth is round. But I get why you would. Because you really are that. Like, we exist in the state where, like, any scientific study is like, you can find results in yes or no. It's like, oh, is pornography bad for you developmentally? There's a lot of studies that say no, and some that say yes. Oh, is global warming true? There are a lot that say yes, a lot that say no. Any subject, there's just competing theories and information on. And sorting through it and finding what is true and accepting where you simply don't know. And it's okay to not know. It's a minefield. I just think flat earthers are like the extreme, like, crazy end of that, like, thinking. I think being critically minded and, like, trying to, like, learn and understand how credible knowledge is as it's presented to you, how it can be misrepresented, how people can have their own biases and motivations to present you with information. That's important. But yeah, flat earthers take that to the extreme. And then they kind of start believing in this other thing. That is also just this mix of baloney or whatever. That's completely ridiculous. But the fact that we exist in a world where information is so jumbled up that people are not able to, like, accept the idea that the earth is round because there's just so much mixed up knowledge about it. It's crazy. It works more like a cult. Probably. Yeah, I'm not saying flat earthers have any actual scientific merit to their theories at all. I'm just saying I understand why you would be disenfranchised with modern public scientific consensus. Because sometimes things are presented as being more certain than they really, really are. Yeah. And yeah, just disinformation in our age of information and whatever. And you have like religious nut jobs as well. Most religious people, they're like fine, whatever. But you'll have people who have like very literal interpretations of various scriptures and these whole cults that form up around them, like the West Baptist Church or whatever. Where they're like, oh, we can teach about evolution in schools. They will deny reality in place of their religion. And I'm not even saying it's because they're Christians or God or whatever. It's like people will just deny reality at all. It's insane. Denying like how the world is. Like I don't know, it's just so crazy. Like, all I've learned about evolution and stuff is that it is likely like, all life on Earth came from single cellular protobacterial type cells. Even the, like, evolution and combination of life forms to form eukaryotes is, like, fascinating. Like, there was an evolution, like, mitochondria were likely a life form that was absorbed by early cells, and it became a symbiotic partnership, and then their DNA got like intermingled to form eukaryotic cells with like nuclei, and it's possible that the nuclei of cells actually existed independently of the larger cell in which they exist. And it's just so fascinating how all the like organelle within a cell evolved over time or were combinations possibly of various life forms. It's interesting the role that viruses have in the evolution and how a lot of the proteins and stuff viruses use to hijack like, you know, a cell's reproductive processes mess with DNA in ways that could have mutated DNA and caused further development of life forms. It's so fascinating. I don't think scientists want to deny religion. I think there's a nuanced spread. There are as many scientists on this earth as there are people. Some scientists are against religion, but there are plenty who are religious as well as being scientists. Personally, I'm an atheist, whatever, or at least agnostic. But as long as you examine your religion with as much critical thinking as you would any other aspect of your life. I think it's okay. It's just when you start, like, following what you're taught without critically thinking about it first, without really trying to accept what is true, what makes sense, what is somebody else's opinion, what is. I've heard it said in various talks, the philosophies of man being mixed with scripture. If you do believe there is some sort of sacred scripture, things that are just true, being able to filter out when sometimes that gets mixed up with just, what some person thinks or some person's interpretation or whatever. I don't know. Just don't have blind faith, I guess. Reason it out for yourself. Think about it. Question what you really believe. What makes sense, what doesn't. Because as soon as you turn off that part of your brain, or just like go with whatever blindly, you just leave yourself open to like being scammed or hurt or whatever. I will admit that, like, the absolute absurdity of our existence, the number of things that have to have gone the way they did for us to exist, and for me, specifically me, to exist and be thinking right here and talking. I'm a person and I'm experiencing consciousness. And that is the amount of things that had to happen for that to be the reality in which we all exist is absolutely bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. So looking at that and being like, who knows, maybe there really is some sort of guiding force, some deity, something just greater than we could ever understand that put it all together. Who knows, maybe. But also maybe not. So really I'm agnostic. I really just don't know. Wait, where's Aaron? Real Aaron? Oh, she just did redeems. I can't lie. My voice is getting out too much. I'll boop though. You can boop. Wow, it has been 6 hours. I did a long stream today, a little bit longer than normal. You know what VR chat means as an asset? What? What does VR chat need, Aaron? Do tell. Scissors with ASMR. That would be fun. There are some here. Before I end today, we can go do. Let me see. I can find the world. This one. Hello?
Hmm? No, I wasn't listening.
You're really loud. Sorry, let me turn this down. Oh my gosh. Ow.
I don't know. I didn't.
I don't know how loud my volume is compared to like other stuff. Oh my gosh. Aaron, that's so gross. Why would you do that? I have like a bunch of stuff in this world. It's kind of fun actually. Just shave my head. Everyone's up. Whoa! I think I cut off too much hair. Aaron is no longer allowed near scissors. Yeah, I probably wouldn't trust them with anything sharp, to be honest. That one gave me shivers. Okay, let's see. See if Crumpet is live yet, I guess. I'll raid him again for no other reason, but because I'm just used to doing that, I guess. World name. What if I don't tell you? What if I keep it a secret? What would you do, Aaron? Would you punish me? The world is called Salon de Spring. So it's like Salon space DE space Spring. It has like a blue background with like white text for the picture. Like a little, like a anime girl in like a little circle. Yeah, there you go. This is kind of an old world. But yeah, I hope you enjoy it if you can see it. Goodbye, Aaron. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I played a lot of guitar today, like way more than normal. Like, by a lot. I probably played more guitar today than I did all of my streams previously combined. Happy guitar day today. Thank you for watching and hanging out and letting me just talk about crap instead of just like showing my booba. Woohoo! I'd be at like 1K
Wait, what?
viewers if I just did this all day.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
I'll see you guys. Bye.